Okay, I'm here. The stream was not supposed to be in sub mode. There we go. Anyways, you're definitely something. But I think it's cool that they have the airplane as the title screen now. I appreciate adaptive title screens. So right now we're looking for clues of someone else murdering this guy aside from me. Because of course, just being here means I'm guilty. As you all know. Captain's permission. Miss De Niro, I'd like to ask you about investigating the lounge. As long as you have the captain's permission, I can't stop you from looking around. If you could pass the message along, tell him I'm grateful for his spirit of cooperation. I think you should worry about making the first channel. But if you want to call yourself Detective Crimson, then go for it. Do you really understand what I'm saying? Yes, fairly. You pinky swear you do? On your honor as a professional prosecutor? I pinky swear I do. On my honor as a professional prosecutor. Well, I guess that settles that. I feel my honor as a man slowly diminishing. Me too. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Esworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that doesn't clear out any suspicion I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. What floors do this elevator service? Only the first and second, although it goes down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight captain keycard. So the only floors that are accessible to passengers, the first and second, huh? I'll be uploading a video soon, mainly because I have to for school. Why would you need to upload a YouTube video for school? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Banned? I still don't see how that... I don't have to keep it listed, though. It's a playing test. Okay. You just can't share the video file with people through email or something? Money is strewn around the floor of the elevator. I would guess it was all in Mr. Hicks' wallet at some point. I don't know, she's the one making us upload it. She is in your... Your who? Band captain? Teacher? Something? What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here? The director. Let me see. Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Yugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition, is so popular that we're down to our last one. You have an in-flight shop? Yes, just beyond the lounge to the right. I shudder to shop and... The shutter to the shop is closed at the moment. But it was open the whole flight until Mr. Hicks' body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? Back to detective work, though. Okay, I'll shut up. My bad. I wonder what was hanging out on this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now, if I could just put my finger on it. Well, I'd imagine... I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. So, Mr. Hicks, he's really dead. Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right here. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer. Yes. I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks' head. Could this have been the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Wound on the back of Hicks' head is just blunt force trauma. But what caused it? Even his glasses are broken. Blood on still fresh. Could this be the murder weapon? Wound on the back of Hicks' head is just blunt force trauma. What could have caused it? Victim's glasses are broken. Were they broken during his murder? Elevator. You can only go to 1 and 2. And where was the killer? A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes? What is it? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title? Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. Oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting. Usually on display at the in-flight shop, found at the crime scene with blood on it. Pity that a bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilled on its feet. This is a statue of our founder, Mr. Yugo Hughes. Yugo Hughes was a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he would be thrilled to know so much grape juice was there at his feet. Is that a hint of hero worshipping I detect? The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters, but you don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid we must leave them closed. There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. This toppled over chair. Another victim of the turbulence. Ah, no! Look at all that grape juice stained on the back. You may not look it, but this chair was extremely valuable. It was? Yes, it was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair. I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals? I can't believe you never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the Pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens. Ah, that explains it. Not really one for the music of today. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can see how confusing the conversation would get. I think the elevator piece and the murderer piece are connected. Where the killer came from. Where was the killer? What clues point to where the killer could have been? Elevator. The victim's body was found inside an elevator that connects to 1 and 2. 1 floor and 2 floor. Well, I would say you're onto something, but they also mentioned the cargo hold. So I'm wondering if we should wait until that's updated, or... And this guy also seems to be missing a card key on his lanyard. So I'm thinking that might be it, and where we find the killer. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth, look, it looks like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looks like a rather one-sided conversation. The clouds, they tell me nothing. A door. This door leads to the flight attendant's room, but please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel. The room is giving off the scent of woman's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great. However, to me it simply smells. Not that I have any interest in what lies beyond this door. Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. Very suspicious. This grand piano is the pride of the ship. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert in... What? It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive. That's not a piano. It's just an overgrown music box. Ah, but its keys to press along with the music, as though there really is someone playing it. Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. I don't think anything else is important. The glass and candle thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. I frantically started searching for gas valves to shut off. I guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. Okay. So now that we have this, usually on display at the blah blah blah. Some blood in the corner. This piggy bank be the murder weapon. And that seems to be... It says Yugo Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot recently, and it's been bothering me greatly. Why do some brands think it's acceptable to simply smash two words together and call it a day? Truly a mystery. About the victim. I was wondering if you noticed anything, Miss Tenero. Yes, I can't help but notice the sad atmosphere in here. Yes. It is a rather tragic crime. I'll say, robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death. Talk about rubbing him in the salt. I can't forgive someone who would do this to a passenger of mine. I swear as a professional flight attendant that I will capture the culprit with my own hands. And I promise as a prosecutor to solve this case with logic and deduction. I should go over all the leads I've collected so far one more time. The key to solving this lies at the intersection of my logic and the evidence. Can I present this to you? Even if she lets me, I can't allow you free reign. Sorry, but I must admit. Alright. Well, I guess we'll try the logic connection then, since nothing else seems to work. Sure, there wasn't anyone in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. In the elevator with Hicks. If only I could prove that the killer rode the elevator with Hicks. Wait, that's the conclusion? In the elevator with Hicks. If only I could prove that the killer rode the elevator with Hicks. Broken glasses. The victim's glasses are broken. They were broken during his murder? I mean, I guess? Maybe? Maybe these two are linked? The fact that his head was smashed and his glasses were broken. Is there really nowhere else you can go? As far as I know. I've already checked all these. The right side is a shop, which is blocked off. There's a room here, but that's locked off. And we can't go back upstairs. So I guess that's it. Look at him riding the horse. Yeah, so I guess we'll just have to use these two. If we get it wrong, it's fine. I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information. Okay. Bronze statue of the founder of Yugo Airlines, Mr. Yugo Hughes. The one on the left is... The one to the left is when he was in his 40s, and the other is him in his 80s. The man aged all over those 4 decades? Maybe. Maybe I need to squint more. Okay, that's not it. Unless... this badge design is set to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strict prosecutors of the law, and the executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frost and blazing summer days. To wear this is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Each prosecutor badge is engraved with the number of its owner in the back. Numbers. As if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Well, presenting stuff... Wait. There's some spilled... How did I get this zoom in? But I guess this is the answer. We see footprints. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt. Aha! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Message retracted. I wonder what it said. I found some very important evidence. They're in the shop? That's what it seems like. What is the important piece of evidence in this scene?
Take that!
What is it? There's a little smudge, but I think we both agree that these are footprints. So you think, yes, these belong to our killer. Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class. I don't think that would be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. It's all appropriate. Oh, I see. Well, notice anything? Did you notice anything? I was wondering whose footprints those are next to the elevator. I'd say the killers, wouldn't you say? Even if they aren't, I'm sure they are vital clues to solving this case. Oh, maybe there are some other clues waiting to be found in other places. Come on now, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go find them together. Word of advice, nobody likes a credit thief. So stop stealing my lines. That's funny and ironic. Okay, well... what if we present this again? Now, I guess we... puzzle piece? Let's do it in the other order. I have it. I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What? Really? Yes. It's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. Those footprints here confess to me this very fact that someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? Ah, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless, which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There's actually one other person inside the elevator. Uh-huh. If these footprints do in fact belong to the culprit, then I would say it's very careless to leave them. If I was a killer, I swear that as a professional killer, I'd never leave footprints behind. That's all well and good, but I'm afraid it's of little use in our pursuit of the killer. I feel like I'm still missing a link or two. The broken glasses. We need to figure out what's the deal with that. Even his glasses are broken. There's no grape juice residue on the soles of his shoes, making it highly unlikely that Mr. Hicks entered this elevator after the turbulence. Okay. Maybe we can address the shop now? No, it doesn't seem like it. There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack. This month's special is an English trivia quiz. That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a what? Participable? I don't even know what that word is. Nana, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Who's ever heard of a silly word such as participle? Case in point. Damn. Wait. Oh no, this is just investigating this thing. What link do we have with the glasses? Wait. I don't know, this is just random. Can we gather anything else from the juice? Seemingly no. We can't make a connection with only one piece. We've already checked all these things out. I feel like I'm still missing a link or two. I've already heard this dialogue before. There must be something we're missing in the room. Yep, something. Something related to broken glasses. My reader. Oh, it's an autoplay thing. The victim's glasses are broken. Were they broken during his murder? Is there any way of knowing if they were broken during his murder or not? Could have been before. Or after. Yep. Here we go. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope you won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. Looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Photo of Mr. Hicks. Found in the victim's pocket. Souvenir picture, perhaps. Now we can deduce something. What are we deducing exactly? The missing lanyard thing. You can see he has like a cell phone in there. Or something on it that's missing.
Eureka!
Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found. His machine? His cell phone, Miss Gennaro. Ah, I see. Because it's not here. Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Missing cell phone data jotted in my organizer. There we go. Finally. What's going on over there? Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Do you understand what I'm saying? That movie is late. It is the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late. With the movie. What? I will not talk to you anymore. You're just wasting my time. What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? There is no emergency. Please return to your seat, sir. Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you're innocent yet? If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now. What nonsense. Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken? Not mistaken. Merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Fine, suit yourself. What I saw. I hate this guy. I was certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator. It was when the needle on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. So either 6 o'clock or 12:30? But it was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes. Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal. Mr. LeBlanc's conclusion seems to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me. So, my eyewitness testimony. If you think you can destroy it, then come. Let me see. Hurry. Do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you? Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit LeBlanc's account somehow. And fast. Rebuttal. I'm certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator.
Hold it!
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at the time? Of course, I saw what was inside. And you're sure the victim was in the elevator alone? Yes, the only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. This last outburst is a bit more important to let go. The footprints are the biggest piece of evidence to save you, but you can also see Miles doesn't have the device. I guess that's hard to say. If that proves her innocence. I could have hid it somewhere. And also, I've been stepping in grape juice this whole time, so I doubt that would be a point that our shoes are clean. But let's keep pressing. My initial hard read theory is that it wasn't 6 o'clock. But we'll see. Was he really alone? Of course. I will bet even 1 cent. But we cannot go in the direction the footprints go. It doesn't lead... The footprints don't lead, inside of the shop. Just because we walked in that direction doesn't mean necessarily we went in the shop. Or that... Never mind. Me explaining this seems weird. Let's just press on and find the truth. A cheap ante for a cheap testimony. If that's how you want to play it, I'll happily take your 1 cent. So when the needle on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct? Oh, you noticed. This is a very expensive antique, I will have you know. That feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand. Doesn't look very well designed. It does look very well designed and quite classy. I will have to charge you if you want to touch it. That's quite alright. Let's continue with your testimony. What a cheap man you are. Now return the time you've wasted back to me. And if we must... I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock. Okay. The body was discovered 15 minutes after in the lounge. Yes.
Hold it!
It's true that... It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15. And that's when I found the two of them as well. You see, it all matches my testimony. Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal.
Hold it!
This is the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of. No. Your silly opinion is what is mistaken. Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you are both mistaken. Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, I don't know what is. I spy a little hole in his words. Missing cell phone. Found in the victim's pocket. Souvenir. Split during turbulence. Looks like the footprints... Looks like footprints and something being dragged. And something being dragged. The only person aside was Mr. Hicks. 6 o'clock. Body was discovered 15 minutes after. The only person in the lounge at that time must be the criminal. That's no good. The only person I saw inside was Mr. Hicks. That's where I need to present the footprints. This guy kind of reminds me of a certain Okay, let's not get into that. I think there's an eyelash in my eye. Anyways, Mr. LeBlanc, what is it? There's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony. What do you mean? Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, at the spilled grape juice. Yes, and? Will you admit you also spilled it with the blood? No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints. Footprints? Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. Oh, there must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? Can you please translate for us? No way. That's totally impossible. I guess is what he said. She looks dead inside. No way. That is totally impossible. I told you the footprints were your best piece of evidence. You did indeed say that. And I also agree. I just presented it in the wrong text box. I know there's no one, no other person in there. I saw with my own eyes. If you're gonna know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be... Wait, what? I don't think he's lying to us. But then, what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me? What I saw, part 2. I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one. If you please calm down. What? Dare you two have an issue with my eyewitness testimony? No, not at all. Please forget I said anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let his testimony stand as the truth.
Hold it!
So, are you still upset now? I'm always upset. The only time I'm not is when I have a piece of art in my hands. It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him. But I'm even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me.
Hold it!
Why are you so attentive to the time? Because something unforgivable was happening. Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier. I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Turn back to me my time, in money. You understand the point? Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? The movie starts at 6 a.m. and it's 2 hours. A summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting. They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. I can't see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong. It matched the schedule. Wouldn't there be a time zone discrepancy, though? But the movie was still late. Very, very late. Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it, if that's alright. The movie I wanted to see would not start, so I checked my pocket watch many times. So this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in the Sky magazine? Yes. I was so looking forward to watching... yeah? Was this movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time. Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident? Nonsense, you doubt me? No, now stop pointing at me like that. Odd. How did you miss a movie that he was clearly hoping to see? I checked my pocket watch a great number of times. That much I know for sure.
Hold it!
Yeah, his watch is definitely off. Due to... well, I guess we'll see. But my guess is time zones right now. You sure about what you just testified, Mr. LeBlanc? Yes, of course. I'm a very busy man. I'm immediately busy when I land. I have many places to go and no time to waste adjusting my... pocket watch. I see. That was a very valuable statement you just made. Flatter me all you want, but you will not get 1 cent out of me. That's alright. All I require is this piece of testimony. I happen to follow that man... well... I suppose we'll... all time shown correspond to our departure time zone. Departure time zone. My watch is set to my destination time zone, so clearly the magazine is the answer. But let's go through the rest of his text.
Hold it!
Since you only happened to see him, it's possible that you missed something in that glance. Even if I only happened, I did not miss a thing. And how can you be so sure? Just because. I'd appreciate if you didn't take my life so lightly with a simple just because. Well, that I was only making a joke. I saw Mr. Hicks, alright. And I saw very clearly in the elevator he was entering.
Hold it!
Is it possible that someone was hiding inside? What? You dare insult me? I have belief in my eyesight. Okay, blah blah blah. You know, let's just move forward.
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came aboard. Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it means that your watch is displaying the time zone, the time of our destination. Yes, and the correct time is worth its 6 cents. I'd like you to take a look at this. Hello, T button. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Mr. Tenero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Shenfa? But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now, we are still running on Borginian time. What? The time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule. Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clock. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1 million cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m. Yeah! Why 1 million cents? This should clear up all the remaining accusations. So this basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time? And what was he doing? Oh, I've got something to say. And you are? Yeah, oh. I'm Cammy Mealy? Cammy Meal? Isn't that like a type of tea? I'm a flight attendant. And what is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story's a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know? What? How can you be so sure of the time? Oh, that's right. He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. At the stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in... I'm just gonna say Zhengfa. Might be wrong though. Correct? This flight will be making a brief stop to refuel and transfer cargo in the Republic between 4 and 5 a.m. We ask that all passengers remain on board at that time. Thank you for your cooperation. Yes, it was from 4 to 5, according to our clocks. And during that time, did any of the passengers leave? Or did any new ones board this flight? No. Not a single passenger got off or on in Zhengfa. What about the flight crew? The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. But eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. So basically I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind. Yes, and I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Akbe Hicks was there in his seat when he took off again at 5 a.m. Okay. Alright, then that puts the time of death between 5 and 6. 6:15. Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left. Ah! You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you were the only one who could be the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 1 a.m. or 5 a.m. onward? Fortunately, yes. But then how do we explain the footprints? If that is not that obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waited to kill him. Then he put the corpse in the elevator. And this is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken. But what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter. Because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge. Everything happened in this lounge. Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc? What? Do you have another idea? I simply feel that there's something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge? Yes, there is. It could be, well, I'm thinking the cargo hold, but I'm not sure what to present here. Or I guess we just present the shop.
Take that!
These footprints, in which direction do you think these are headed? That would be the in-flight shop. Correct. They're heading in the direction of the shop. But they look disconnected. They end all of a sudden. You're right to point out that they do not form one continuous trail to the shop. However, there's another piece of evidence that connects the shop to our crime scene. Besides the footprints, what else points to the in-flight shop? The weapon, it's from the shop, not the lounge. Yeah.
Take that!
The murder weapon, the stolen piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It's sold there and only there. It's not displayed here in this lounge. How then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious? Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. It doesn't prove you're innocent at all. Is there no way to win this man? To win with this man? If I may. What is it? You see... Well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says. Oh? And why do you know this so well? Well, it's just that. The piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was that? It was maybe around 5:40 a.m. Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence? That's right. You were in the shop just before the turbulence. Yes, I was. Come to think of it. Mr. Nero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. And what is beyond that door? That's the flight attendant's room. Then you were on the first floor. Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. She's the killer? I highly doubt it. I don't think heels would match the footprints, first of all. So maybe she changed shoes. It's possible. But I don't know. So, but why would they make the killer our partner in crime? Or our partner in investigation? That'd be a kind of a meta plot twist, though. Well, don't you know the killer? I'm glad you're not spoiling it for me this time. What are you talking about? I thought they showed it at the start. They showed the killer at the start of the first episode. They showed Portsman. That was it. They didn't show the killer in this chapter. But yes, I definitely have played this game, and I know all the plot twists and whatnot, and I'm spoiling. This looks like a stream I'd like, and a channel I'd subscribe to. I can't agree more. But is it a spoiler to say something that appeared in the prologue? In game? Is that really a spoiler? I didn't see it though. I had no clue. So if something happens in game, in the past of the game, and I mention it, that's me spoiling. I'm not really sure about that. Yeah, that's spoiling it for me. I wouldn't say that's really spoiling. I don't know. What do you think, Arctic Freeze? You have a PS5 slash... PS4 slash PS5, I forgot. This is actually on Steam. But I'm using a PS4 controller. Anyways, so into the shop first, and then to the flight attendant's room. Yep, he definitely has a real legitimate PS5. I do. I think part of those are usually elements past the first few chapters of a book, maybe first hour of a game. Okay. So in the first 5 minutes, they show, in the dark, a man gets shot, and they reveal the face of the killer. And then we need to investigate, basically in a dramatic irony sense, figuring out, for the character, who the killer is. I don't know if it's spoilers. I'd say it's more dramatic irony. But anyways, it's all about Crimson. And since he didn't know, and since he didn't show up and didn't see it, is therefore my fault. I've therefore wronged him. Crimson's world and we're just living in it. True. If you look at the fine print of my channel description, you'll see Crimson's signature on it. Are you saying you passed by me at some point? Yes, you seemed really into the issue of Sky magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there. When did you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter. Work, you say? Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities. Why'd you not say anything about that until now, is what I want to know. In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there then? What is it now? Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I've already asked him permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're alright. That's weird. What is? Well, I just asked the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. What is the meaning of this? It means she's lying. Go on. Admit that you are. You said you have permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet, here you are. I just noticed in their outfits that, Cammy has circles. And Rhoda has, like, diamonds. I mean, there are some other alterations in their uniforms, but let's not talk about that. You, flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us? The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. So unlike you, I do things the right way. Miss De Niro, why did you do such a thing? Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on. There's something about Miss De Niro that's piqued my curiosity, but right now investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Also, rest in peace, T-Button, who said, "Hi, everyone," and then left. I guess I just hated the stream. So this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here. You think? Guess I have to clean things up then. Teehee. There was a robbery too, and redacted message. I wonder what that redacted message said. Retracted message. It's probably something inappropriate. And malicious. Hold on, you can't clean up a potential crime scene. Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much. I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because his piggy banks was left at the crime scene. Murder weapon. Captain Yugo. The blood on it's still fresh. Okay, but we got the same description again. It's a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. I said, how dare they not like this chat? Why'd you retract it then? Because I didn't want to be mean. That's a funny joke. Hey, Tay. Welcome to the investigation on an airplane. Who's that? Who's who? Inside the display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale. Okay, here we go. We sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. But some people buy them even when there's nothing going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? My sense of this shop is one shopper away from being sued. So, I don't know if you watched the VOD or anything, or if I should bother explaining, but basically, this guy died in the elevator, and Edgeworth is being blamed for it. So we're kind of just trying to clear our innocence and find the real killer on this huge airplane. This little bear statue probably killed him. And I was supposed to watch the VOD. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Tay. He died with a cute cat stamp thing. Yeah, pretty much. He was bludgeoned in the back of the head. Supposedly. So yeah. Basically, this flight attendant lady is kind of suspicious, but she was helping us, kinda. Now this lady's helping us. She's kind of sleepy looking. This weird foreign guy got mad at us and tried to blame us, but his pocket watch was wrong and a bunch of other things were wrong, so, you know. And this is the victim. But yeah, that's basically it. Now we're in the gift shop because that's where the statue was located initially. Looks like it came straight from 14 centuries or something. Oh, Zinc LeBlanc. Yeah, he has some special hair. I don't even know what you even call this hair, but it's special. But yeah, this game's good. The glass from the display case store is shattered all over the floor. It looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat. It's a mini captain's hat. I swear I've seen one of these before. Did we? I guess we can't go back. Crimson likes to complain and slander me in chat, so you know. Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Meal is holding. Oh yeah, that's true. On display. Relatively cheap, explains why they're displayed on haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? Can we actually talk to her? He says I'm always negative. I just give him pointers. He doesn't understand the way I do it though. This is basically Crimson on a typical stream. Hello, I'm back. I'm sick. My shoulder hurts. I'm slowly dying. I'm gonna drink bleach. Crimson, can you not be so negative? Fine. I'm out of here. And then when he wants to give me pointers, you should do this. This boss is up ahead. Sarah, what are you doing? And then I'll be like, yeah, can you not though? Can I just figure this out? And he'll be like, ugh, what's even the point of me being here if I can't give you pointers? How could I possibly enjoy the stream if not to guide you through it like a walkthrough? And that's basically it. And if there's like 5 people chatting in the stream, and I'm trying to balance reading chat and playing the actual game that they're here for, he'll be like, man, I'm out of here. Or on special occasions, when it's just him in chat, but he's being particularly sassy, I just won't read his messages out loud. So there is that. So, you know, just very chaotic in its own way. I don't know much about the story, but you can still ask me about whatever. You know, it's when you ignore me. You did that during Partners in Time. You respond to everyone but me. What is the particular context? So I can give you a justified explanation in paragraph format. So what do you think about what has happened during this case? Oh, I don't know. I think you're the killer, though. What? I can assure you that I'm here in this shop to prove just the opposite. Yeah, but it was me that got you permission to look around. She's fallen asleep. So don't forget that, okay? How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep? Well, you know it'd really show your thanks? You see that item for sale over there? Sorry, but you're going to have to make do with my word of appreciation. My words of appreciation. It was right before I dipped for a few streams. Well, that doesn't really give me much context. I remember I was fighting that big egg boss, and there's like a X on in its mouth, and then Crimson was like, hit the X. Mind you, this is a game I've already played before. Yeah, let me see if I can look it up. Because we're just full of sidetracking and not actually playing this video game. Let's see. Okay. So this boss here, this egg guy, he has like an X here, like a band-aid, which is clearly his weak spot. You basically need to flip him over and then jump to hit his weak spot. And Crimson was telling me this as though this would lead me to the light. And I just said, don't worry, I don't need any tips for this fight. And then he got upset and then left for a couple streams. Yeah, so that's basically it. Good grief. It's definitely not one-to-one, but I feel Dolly vibes, if you know what I mean, Tay. Those are our company's completely original lines of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's how things work on this flight. For the real world, you try, then buy. Today's Thanksgiving in Korea. Oh, cool. I forgot it was super early compared to, well, I guess North America. So what are you planning on doing for the day? No way, but either way, doesn't really matter. True, either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they boarded the plane? Anyway, see this? Just look at all the Captain Yugo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? Too bad I don't get anything out of it, though. They're gonna have a nice meal. They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? It is certainly making something jump inside my stomach. Huh? Oh, I guess there's no fooling around your refined taste. You look like you really wanted to get one. I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay? But I never show any interest in it to begin with. Teehee. It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You wanna know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Rhoda designed this? Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. Haha, sharp. Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so bleh. Miss Nero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. What the f- Okay. You okay? I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around Has gotta be a safety violation. Plane shaking. Plane shaking caused it to roll. In-flight suitcase displays can be hazardous. So the fact that it, here, I'll put it back. So we can see right now that this one doesn't have the stoppers. So either the killer took the stoppers or... I don't know. I guess that's really the conclusion we can draw. Why would the killer want these roller stoppers? It's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. Yeah, it was definitely the suitcase. That was the murder weapon. You know what I suggest? Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Okay, then how about you buy something for me then, as a present? I can't think of a single reason why I'd buy you anything. But I'd had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, then we'll talk. What else is in here that we care about? Beautiful flowers and a beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them. Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, excuse me. There are all kinds of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And they're lined up in just such a way as to scream "buy me" to any passerbys. I guess we're making... All its investigations must be so frustrating dealing with weirdos. Hey, yep. Let's see. Suitcase. But I guess that goes for Phoenix too. Plane shaking caused it to roll. In-flight suitcase displayed can be hazardous. Broken glasses. Victim's glasses are broken. Were they broken during his murder? It's a tiny captain's hat. I swear I've seen one of these before. Well, this guy's missing his hat, but what does that really matter? I guess we can try to connect it. Let's see. Miss Rhoda said that this piggy bank was in this shop, right? Don't you find her a tiny bit suspicious? I don't think I can say either way yet. There's not enough evidence to convince me that she was lying about anything back there. Are you sure about that? What else would she care about? I guess we will just connect them. If it doesn't work, then so be it. That probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. Okay, there we go. Miles is a weirdo. Not as weird as others, though. True. Shows the murder weapon was definitely from the shop because the hat was left in the shop. That's true. Does this mean the killer broke the glass to get at it? Okay, so it was also in the display case. I thought it might have been something else, but I guess a piggy bank is worth being blocked by a display case. Sure. Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on, how should I know anything? I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. Okay. I won't rest until blah 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 blah. The glass in this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank. But it's a bit odd that the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus the glass broke rather cleanly. Ah! What is it? I touched the glass and I cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts! Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. I can already make the deduction. UK Airlines related books line the shelf. The history of Yugo Airlines, the future of Yugo Airlines, the 7 wonders of Go U. Fight on. Go U Airlines. Or are they saying Yugo or Go U? Or Go U. Alright. Getting mixed up there. Working name Yugo Airlines. Yugo U. The title makes it very clear that they won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. Is this the same man as the one portrayed by the statues on the elevator? You've been saying Yugo instead of Go You this whole time? Well, sometimes it's Yugo. Like Yugo Hughes and Captain Yugo, the bear. Yeah, it's paperweight of the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Yugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf we have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one. And the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess, you just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit the bullseye. Okay, so I guess we've already deduced everything that matters here. At the crime scene, culprit must have shattered the display glass to take it. I feel like I'm missing something. Glass in the door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank. But it's odd that the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. It's almost like the glass was broken from the inside. Which I'm thinking the turbulence made the statue maybe roll out. Kind of like how the suitcase did. And break the glass. Could be the case. But why was that the only thing that ejected so harshly? This is broke. Now we can't connect those yet. I guess we'll just try.
Eureka!
Eureka! There's definitely something very unusual about this. About what? If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Hugo bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Oh, I see. Yes, I guess it'd be like that. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope. No, there isn't. Which means the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time too. Eh? That's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Hugo bank from here after the turbulence. Okay. Turbulence is a puzzle piece now. The plane shook so much during it that it made a huge mess of the shop. This was taken out of the display in the shop after turbulence. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen when I'm talking. What? But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon. So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? Interesting. Yeah, at this point, there is a very real possibility. But then what if when the killer went to take Captain Hugo, they broke the glass by accident? The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could have. Oh. And who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, things seem to be leading more and more towards this lady maybe being a killer. Because she seems to... Usually the people pinning the blame on others are involved. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda. Plane shaking causes to roll. In-flight suitcases display can be hazardous. Victim glasses are broken. I don't see any real connection there. About the shop. I cut my finger on those bad piece of glass. Don't blame the glass for something you did to yourself. Just be more careful. Same to you. You're the one walking all over broken glass. You sure you're okay? I'm fine. Any glass I walk on, I crush. Like this. That's nice. Please be careful around the display case, okay? Wouldn't want you to get hurt. Compared to the glass around my feet, the inside of the case is nothing to be afraid of. After all, no glass fragments appear to have ended up inside. Then I guess even you can tidy up the case, right? Perish the thought. Miss Rhoda said this piggy bank was in the shop. I think we've already heard this dialogue. These seem linked, but I'm not really sure what conclusion we can draw from this. That's important. But let's go for it. Yes, there's definitely something wrong here. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Melee. Or Miss Mule. Don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Oh, well, sure. They totally ooze strange. Like the color and the such. That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. Ah, you're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess they take after their creator. Hee hee. She is the biggest hater. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous. Teehee. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard what you just said. What's wrong? She's making a good point. It'd be wise for me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I spotted something that's not quite right. What is so unusual about this suitcase? Either present it?
Take that!
Yes, I figured you thought the design was odd too. Never said the design was odd. Okay, I need to point out the actual stoppers, not the lack thereof.
Take that!
This is what's so odd. I don't think it's that strange at all. Okay. Never mind then. What is so unusual about this suitcase? If it's not the stopper. It's like little faces in here. Any ideas? in the chat. We already tried selecting these stoppers here. Apparently that's not it. Or I just didn't click it right. There's something else that is distinct about them? Aside from the stoppers and this wheel being kind of different. That wheel is inverted. I can try clicking it again.
Take that!
What the? No. Hold on. Did I not click this in the first place? Am I crazy? Let's rewatch. Oh, I clicked the right wheel the first time. Okay. Alright, I'm not crazy. Something very peculiar about these wheels. As in, there are no stoppers. I want my HP back. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And so it is very likely that this case has been placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? Maybe these aren't bears. They kind of look like bats, or I don't even know what you'd call this. Sloths? What mammal is this? Do bears have these marks like it? Slow lorries? Lemur? Yeah, it does seem like a slow lorry. Or a slow loris? I don't know how you pronounce it. But, let me show it on screen. Yeah, these guys. Anyways. Let's analyze. What's this? The wheel's completely covered with something. Why would the wheel... Blood? I'm guessing it's the juice? It's probably the grape juice from the other room? Yeah. Why would there be juice on a wheel of a suitcase? So, before we saw that there was grape juice spilled near the murder scene, and there were footprints, and they also mentioned that they were dragging something. So I'm guessing they were dragging this, and one of the wheels got into the grape juice. A 1,200 price tag. Not exactly price for someone with a conscience, I'd say. Who in their right mind would pay that much for a suitcase? This was apparently designed by Miss Tier herself. The design has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Yes. Perhaps is the best way to put it. If we hit 5 likes, Zero will buy the bag. You'd like to believe that. I'd like to believe that lie. It would appear to be unlocked. Let's look at what's inside. Or unlocked. What the heck? A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood. Ah! It's blood! It appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to our murderer after all. Yes, heal me. So explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used the suitcase in some manner, such as to move something perhaps. But aren't you just talking about the cloth then? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used this suitcase to transport is his body. I'm off to bed. Good luck on the case. Alright. Good night. What could the murder weapon even be? The thing I believe the killer used this suitcase to transport. It can't be the statue because it's right there. His wallet is definitely not the murder weapon. That's my badge. That's just a magazine. There's some grape juice, okay. This picture just shows him at like a museum or something. His missing cell phone. It's still missing, but why would that be the thing he's transporting? It could be in the cargo area that's connected to this elevator. That seems a little unclear. Yeah, let's just present it.
Take that!
Miss Mia, wake up. Huh? You say something just now, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, I don't know, but I don't think that's it. Oh, this? No, I was just seeing if you're awake. My real explanation begins now. Is she really asleep?
Take that!
Okay, something about the crime scene, I guess. Something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. The real murder weapon. Sounds like a dead body. What? How big is this suitcase? Am I crazy? This was used to transport the body. It was designed by Rhoda De Niro. And bloody cloth found inside the suitcase. Its beautiful pattern has been soiled by blood. But in light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else, which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing. Just that. I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I want to give you a bit more time. I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he was... The captain feels that he's allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you would wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments, however, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. And I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Mio reminded me about Miss De Niro, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. To be continued. How long have I been streaming for? 2 hours? Damn. And that was only a piece of this. Well. If anyone's still alive in chat, then I'll keep going. I am here. Okay, good. I'd hate for it to be like, I'm just streaming this. And then later I'm like, people are like, I don't know what happened. You spoiled me by playing the game. Might need to join a meeting later though. Can't exactly say when. Okay, no worries. Oh yeah, by the way, I think Echoes of Wisdom is coming out today or tomorrow, was it? So many games to play. No, I'm definitely wrong. What? I feel like we discussed this before. But the release date says 26. But I think I remember there being something related to the 17th about it. Or maybe the 19th. I don't know. Anyways, I'll hopefully play that soon, whenever it comes out officially. Hope Springs Airport. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Mule, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private, so I'm left wondering just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Is this Francisca? Yep. My least favorite prosecutor. Francisca, I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I am needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Francisca von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It'd be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I'd hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can. I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? Your father is a criminal. What are you talking about? Wait, it's all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Francisca, do you honestly believe that I killed the man? Yes. I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I've investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. Ha! I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, to the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I have no intention to. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Oh, he's here too? Too slow. Ow! Listen up. Wow, what an abusive woman. Everyone gets whipped. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Ah! Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, Detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit I'm a bit cautious as to what Francisca's up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case, I have a few questions for you. Of course, his theme song. Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details? It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. So how's the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner office. And we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Francisca. That sounds like Francisca. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh, how so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something, and had come in advance to await your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly, and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to people involved in this case afresh. Well, I don't know any of these people. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. I'm all excited to see this many planes too. Just look at the size of these things. Do you like planes too, mister? The balance between the main wing and the tail wing is really something, huh? Huh. It seems that this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect. Oh, but I've also got a thing for the shape of the wings too. Here, mister. You can stand next to me. So about that plane's wings. Thank you, Detective, for leaving me out of this conversation. Can we talk to this guy? Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. No. In Soviet Russia, world flags lunchbox eat J00? What the f- Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta get him some water. I was not expecting to see emoticons. I guess he's choking. Found it, lol. Oh boy. Oh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000! Lulz. Oh boy. Oh! This is a guy from one of the previous games. I think he's a movie director for the Steel Samurai. But he's a loser. For my next Elite movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo versus the World Warrior Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock swords. So many box swords. Yeah, very weird. Phew. Good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth? So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. Completely ignoring me as usual. This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in my murder investigation, sir. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. This life vest is proof I made it alive. It's now my prized possession. How could you just take that from the plane? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least. He stole the life vest from the plane? Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. Oh, I've always wanted to give their steak lunch a try. What should I go with? I recommend our airport special, World Flag Lunchbox. Only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different country flags. If you really want one that badly, Detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one? Is that okay, sir? Thanks. Alright, then I'm really gonna get one. Here I go. Excuse me, miss. I'll take a Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please. I hope he's aware that that's the most expensive one on the menu. So, I think the Lunchland thing is a reference to another character. Let me see if I can find her. Do you remember seeing this character, Tay? In Ace Attorney? I think she was in the first game. In, like, the final case. I could be wrong. Yeah, her and her lunch boxes. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Yeah. Oh, what the? I didn't realize I can get back on the plane. I'm here wasting time with these random people. So you must be the captain. Why, yes, I am. And who might you be? I'm the prodigy prosecutor, Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. Alright. I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I like to leave that type of witness to Franziska and her whip. Damn, just ignoring them. Ah! This is a big airplane. It really is. And this weird foreign-ish guy, this big nose. Now see here. Ah! Sorry. I'm sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? It's impossible for me to be the criminal. I told you. Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it's you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Did you finish taking a statement yet? Yep, all done, sir. I do not concern if you're not examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch of my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts. Folk costumes? Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. It kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. Oh yeah, I guess that is true. Well. Mr. LeBlanc, can you take a look at this for me? Hmm? Oh, it's a Borginian cloth. As I suspected. Your hat is made of the same material, I suppose. Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from over the seas for more. It's Borginian cloth, huh? And this is the cargo you were talking about earlier? No, no, no. My cargo this time is much, many gigantic. You, detective. When can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of this police, it is no good. And it is no good that attendant refuses to exit the attendance room, too. An attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She was taken into the attendance room for an interview. Interview? Oh, the police interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier. Quicker than her. Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? Miles Edgeworth. You were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Are you? You were? Yes, I was able to obtain cooperation. The cooperation of the Titan. Oh, previously. Yeah, you got cooperation from the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Okay. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until the body was found. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. The likeliest suspect, Francisca. Do you have a problem with that? No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary. For I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break your line of logic. Fast. Okay, let's consider what she actually said here. The most obvious conclusion, the scene of the crime was here in the lounge, where the body was discovered. From the time the victim was calling for an attendant until his body was found, which is like 35 minutes or so. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. Well, we can already prove that I wasn't the only one here. And we also know that the crime scene wasn't here either. But I guess we'll just press to see which one is the best route.
Hold it!
Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit? I like my affairs to be simple and perfect. I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes. Hey, you say that like you're cooking a pack of instant noodles. Throughout. I won't allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence. I see she hasn't changed a bit. But I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily.
Hold it!
So tell me, Francisca, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene? I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you. And nothing more? Are you saying there's more I need to know? Ah! Why did you whip me, sir? Sorry, Scruffy. My hand must have slipped. It would appear that Francisca doesn't have all the facts of this case yet. Okay, so we can probably present the suitcase. But let's go through the other stuff. Just for the sake of it. From the time the victim... blah 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 blah.
Hold it!
What do you mean by scene? Please stop pretending like you don't know. It's insulting. Obviously I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks was seen calling for an attendant at 5 a.m. And then from the time after that call until the body was found, which was 6:15. The only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Well, it's true that I was in the lounge the whole time. That fact alone doesn't make me the criminal.
Objection!
I wasn't expecting to hear her voice line. Ha, we'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there's one thing that even you must admit at this time. You're the likeliest suspect.
Hold it!
Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I'm most likely suspect. But I believe in you, sir. I don't think you did it. Miss Von Karma's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like siblings. Ah! Quiet, Scruffy. Even if we were related by blood, there's no guarantee that he's not a criminal. Francisca, I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party. The likeliest suspect, huh? What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired, and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in her logic one hole at a time. Alright. So let's present this suitcase. Right?
Objection!
Okay, good. Wasn't exactly sure. It appeared that you didn't have the information needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Objection!
Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me. All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you to come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Von Karma is perfect in every way. Except all those times you've lost. Ah, but you did know that the killers definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point.
Objection!
As if there's proof of that. Where's the proof that this suitcase was moved around?
Take that!
Spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to the area here. Where is the evidence that proves that the killer dragged the suitcase through?
Take that!
This mark here, wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels? I suppose. Further, there's also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast. This doesn't put you in the clear, not by a long shot. Here we go again. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. But we already have proof that the piggy bank was released because of the turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed in the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence, and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and you pretended to discover the body. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in your logic in one fell swoop. Prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit the turbulence. This was taken out of the display case in the in-flight shop after the turbulence. I mean, this alone could make us skip all of this, but let's just skip ahead.
Objection!
You took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony. It's to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in the courtroom must learn to master. Good morning, Jay. Very good morning. What if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? You got waffles? No, I just have, my controller to snack on every once in a while. A fake? This Captain Hugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It's not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. How you gonna play the game when you eat it all? I'll leave the buttons intact. Just the handle and... You know, like those handle edges? Just snack on those. No big deal. It's just a crunchy snack. The plastic and wires. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of it? Or what do you make of that? I suppose it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Okay, Mr. Jock. Can I not just enjoy a delicious, acquired taste object, such as the great Jock sportsman would with his gold medal? Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from the floor, and then he rubbed the bank on the back of the guy's head. Took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Oh, damn. Meanwhile, I'm sunbathing indoors. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Akbay Hicks. You there. Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was there anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in the lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, madam. Ma'am. Most of the items that could be used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any traces of blood. Gotta join the meeting now. See ya. Okay, Tay. Well, thanks for coming by. Hope you enjoyed the weird stream of this plane investigation. I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end. But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir. If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what was I thinking? Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real weapon is either still on the murderous personage, or is still the crime scene.
Objection!
There's one more possibility. By the way, Wolf, how far did you get in Paper Mario? I stopped right at the beginning of, I guess at the beginning of Chapter 2? Well, didn't technically say that. Chapter 6? He's cheating. The race has been disqualified. It's been cancelled. And that would be... The piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... I have no PC right now, so that's all I got. Fair enough. Unfortunate. I think I saw a DM message about it. Yeah, you guys might be picking it up tomorrow. That's good. Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display place before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at this time the glass pane in the door was broken. How? I'd say it's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you say? Or wouldn't you? Let's see, so that means the killer had the key to the display case. Francisca. The person you're talking about. Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. It's not maybe, we will pick it up. It sounds like you're gonna bust down the doors to retrieve your PC. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it's the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her. Yes. Very well. Permission granted. But only if I can sit in your interrogation. Bro, I'm having withdrawals here. Well, you can always use Jay's PC. Worst case scenario. Although I'm not sure how you would transfer saves and all that. No. Mine. Wow. That's peak marriage right there. Till death do us part. PC mine. No touch. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her. But you're welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Mr. Nero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Alright. Here we go. Why does it seem like she's in every poster, or whatever you call it? You're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know? Why is she, like, not responsive at all? She's not even looking at us. It's kind of creeping me out. What are you hoping to accomplish by doing that? I... Miss Shiniro? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too? Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? Alright. Captain's permission. Oh yeah, so I guess you guys can't, you guys can't play Final Fantasy until you get the PC back, too. So when's the next... Well, I guess unless you get it back immediately tomorrow. And then set everything back up. Most likely tomorrow night is raid night? I see. Why'd you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I was able to get his permission. What do you mean? Getting the PC after work. Nice, nice. Captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I want to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Taniera, is it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, Why the sudden hesitation? Francisca seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was go check on the shop, like I always do. You're saying it was for work, then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Mr. Nair claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. That thing. The suitcase? If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss De Niro. Oh, that suitcase. Yes, about this suitcase. You're the one who designed it, correct? I think I figured something else out about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase? Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcase I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really want to know. And I was so glad to see that it was the last one there. That's kind of sad, actually. Presumably, there's a maximum of 2 suitcases. And she saw that one was missing, so she thought she actually sold one. But it turns out it was just used for murder. The last one there. So you're saying, Mr. Nero, the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes, they're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves. That's not exactly the impression I got. I mean, they're also priced at like... they're also priced at $1,200 for one suitcase. So I guess if you want to get scammed. If you like animals, really, if you truly love animals, then maybe. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. She's trying to scam me. Well, that is... how should I put it? It's hideous. What? Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on. My issue with the suitcase isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like your story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? Oh yeah, the bottom right corner. I didn't even realize that. That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time. She used it for a long time? I think not. The price tag is still on it? I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I wouldn't believe for 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. What proves that this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Miss Tenero says? The price tag? Tell me, Miss Tenero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know why you're trying to hide. Now then, this suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop. Seeing as the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought this suitcase was... Acme Hicks? It's possible. Well, she didn't buy it. This guy's a cheapskate. She's a hater, so I doubt it. And these two just got here.
Take that!
This is the person who bought the suitcase. Sorry, but I don't understand your line of logic. Care to explain why you chose to finger that person? If that's how you're going to play it, then I'll admit I was wrong. And instead of basking in your great admission, perhaps you should spend time thinking. Alright, I'll rethink things. There really is only one point I have to focus on. The suitcase was on sale at the in-flight shop. And the person who bought this case... Is it possible she bought her own product? I don't really see Cammy wanting to buy her product, considering she hates it.
Take that!
Okay, she just bought her own product. So she can lie about the sales. They're selling off the shelves. It's kind of like when you gift yourself subs on your Twitch channel. To make it seem like you're popular. It was you, wasn't it, Miss De Niro? I hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? Oh, by the way, Jay, if you're still present, are you planning on getting this game too? Since you're an enjoyer of Ace Attorney? You saw how just got here after shower? Yes, I am. Okay, nice, nice. So when's the 12-hour stream of you beating the game in one stream? Is it happening Wednesday? You saw how poorly the design had you poured your heart into was selling. Now I'm gonna just play it on my own. Okay. That is a good idea. And we're deeply hurt. I need to buy more games that I just play on my own. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Right now, the only off-stream thing I really play is like Smash and Risk of Rain 2 at this point. Isn't that right? Then the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something. But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous. If there was a contest for the design, how did yours win? I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either. Yeah, this is actually a terrible... Selling a suitcase on a flight is actually terrible. we were in... It's like trying to buy... It's like trying to fly... My god, my tongue. It's like trying to buy flight tickets while you're on another flight. We aren't selling a single one. We weren't selling a single one. They were just sitting there collecting dust. It felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. You buy one every single time you work a flight? I see, so in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. What the? There's no tax on this flight? Must be nice. This receipt is... It's clearly time-stamped 5:40 a.m. The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Tenero, where are those other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. And the suitcase the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to... Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. Ah! How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Miss Tenero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator? The only other way is through the door there. And what about security? The door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card that only crew members have access to. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and only leaving crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it. Not necessarily. Someone could have stole the key card. Yes, Francisca? Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. And what do you mean by that? The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard. Miles Edgeworth. You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier, and she had this to say. Francisca got information out of Miss Meal. In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required. A different one? Yes, the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you. Ah! What? Is that true, Miss Tenero? Yes, I keep that key card in my locker at all times. Could you please show us the card right now? Yes, hold on. Ah! I don't believe it! What's wrong? The key card. It's gone. Ha ha ha, very clever. Pretending that your key card was stolen, when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. I can tell you all about what it's like down at the station. Or you can tell us all about what it's like at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Franziska, I know that you're the lead investigator on this case. However, hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. You know, now that I think about it, we haven't even seen a courtroom this whole time. It's kind of funny. I mean, it is a spin-off, so why would we be in a courtroom? But who knows, maybe in the finale we'll enter court. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. To be continued. Again. That kind of felt shorter than the last time. But maybe they were less stalling on my part. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? It's so big. This is this is an airplane, by the way. It looks like a whole warehouse. This airplane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating. So is that the real scene? Is that the real scene of the murder? There's certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Holy suitcases! Mr. Edgeworth, it's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after the flight is over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it'll bring you much happiness. You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200. I think I'll pass. And Mr. Nero wonders why they don't sell. You'd need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. What is this bristle substance I'm walking on? Brittle substance I'm walking on. Some glass shards. It's a bunch of glass fragments. Bed sheets. Grape juice in the corner. Do they even have wine in this? In the English versions? I'm wondering if it's censored or not. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. This sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. By the looks of his eyes, he was waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. X. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? There's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. Or a photo. Wait. No, she did say photo. Thought I misread. Looks like a profile in Von Karma. Or just Francisco. Why did Mr. Hicks have documents on Francisca in his possession? That is very strange. You've arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. One sec. Those are ugly-ass luggages. You don't like the luggage? But it has an animal on it. It has a slow loris. Just look at them. Look at the little guys. The colors are ugly. You don't like vomit green and yellow bile? Following a very large and involved government-level and international crime. It's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it's decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Interesting. Maybe Mr. Hicks is a... Maybe he's an investigator himself? Interpol's involved. It's a top secret operation, so I can't really tell you any more than I already have. Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and walkway signals. Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator is currently stopped on the first floor, Detective. I can't move. Or it can't move. Oh yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyways, without the special key card. Both the doors to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels require a key card, which make it impossible for a passenger to come down here. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one it says pharmaceutical. This one says for exorcism use only. What the heck? Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Let's see. What do you have to say? Gumshoe. Notice anything? This cargo hold is really big. I can't believe they can fit stuff like that in here. Detective, what are you going on about? We're in the middle of an investigation here. Whoa! Stuff's falling on me. Oh. I can't really get into my work without something like this happening first. Well, let's get the show on the road. So which item do you want to start on? In this world, there are those who are masochists, and then there's Gumshoe. I don't know what to say about that. So that flight attendant, Rhoda Tenero, she's the killer, isn't she? I don't think we can say for sure yet. But there certainly are a great number of things pointing us in that direction. I mean, like how she didn't tell us about her buying her own suitcase? Yes, however, in regard to the keycard being stolen, I can't seem to find any evidence that she's lying about that. Profile of Francisca. Why did Mr. Hicks have documents on Francisca in his possession? And Interpol. Francisca came to this airport as an Interpol liaison. Shattered glass. What are these glass shards from? Broken glasses. We can put these together, right? Surely. I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps a bit too early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. Let's see if this works. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Francisca? Why no, I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir. Okay, me stream. Good luck with the rest of the stream and the logic. Alright, Jay. What are you gonna stream? It's just gonna be like a art stream? Final Fantasy. I guess I should have known. I guess your husband not being able to play doesn't mean you can't play after all. But okay. Enjoy the gaming. Did my earlier so I can play. Nice, nice. Well, I'll drop by after I'm done with this big brain logic. That's definitely not definitely not me getting some dumb luck answers. Francisca said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her. Zero the logician. The logical. Definitely not. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol Agent Hicks. I think Francisca has some explaining to do. Zero the button masher. truth behind Hicks. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense. What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you and the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figured it out, Miles. It looks like they got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent? Yes. Agent Hicks was on a trail of a very large international smuggling ring. Ha, smuggling, huh? I wonder who would be concerned about smuggling and transporting of goods on this flight. He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Ow! Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure. So I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisca, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately, I was going to find it from him after he landed. I see. This raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Sleeper agent. Her name is Cammy. Cammy from Street Fighter. Does some secret operation stuff. It's definitely her. And he's the smuggler. Agent Hicks must have identified himself as a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered there. These broken glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then the killer put Agent Hicks in one of the spare suitcases, and they entered the elevator, but while they were riding up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and the Agent Hicks body flew out. Okay. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. Okay. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Teniero. Are you sure about that? If it was a Jesus. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Ancient Higgs to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allowed the elevator to come down. The only person with such high level access is Miss Rhoda. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Higgs to the cargo hold.
Hold it!
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Meal and even the captain. Don't be a fool. Playing without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider. Crop in hand. Much like Scruffy over there. Yeah. I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Very well, then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal? Huh. I thought you might ask about her. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that okay.
Hold it!
It's highly likely that the key card was stolen from Miss Tenero.
Objection!
It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you can come up with? You can call yourself a disciple of my father. Yeah. Yes, well, I don't have any evidence. Be quiet. You're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda near you know. It's not just the key card that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon? The, Captain Yugo piggy bank? Yes, she is also the only person with a key to open that display case. Further, there's a matter of the key displayed. The key to the display case that held the murderer's bank.
Hold it! Objection!
But that's a fake. Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. You know what would be funny? I think there is a short film or something about it. It was like black and white. Of a wife killing her husband with like a lamb leg or something like that. And then ate it. Or like fed it to the cops. So they basically ate the evidence. It's possible that one passenger, that little kid with that giant steak, that was the murder weapon. And it got cooked and eaten by that little kid. There must be a way. There must be something that could help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? body, the bank, the crime scene. I think we should examine the crime scene in more detail. We might turn up the murder weapon if we search all of the cargo and luggage. Do you think I hadn't thought of that? Even now. I think it's probably the body. I think we're searching through them all. But we hadn't found anything even closely resembling murder weapon. Yeah, she just mentioned that. Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yeah, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How could I not say that you made a snap judgment you have yet to even see? If the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon. Scruffy. Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner office at once. I wish to hear the results of Mr. Hicks' autopsy. Yes, sir. We got a problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. The body's gone. He wasn't actually dead. What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said they already know this one thing for sure. Report, now. The doctor said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. One giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. So it had nothing to do with his head. From the victim's shoulder down to his mid-back. He was beaten over such a wide area? Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Instantaneous death resulting from a blow to the back of the head. And, okay, there was additional bruising from the head and mid-back. Did they step on him or something? Scruffy. What is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's, was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective? Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless. Yow! Sir, I told you already. You can't go down there. No, you remove yourself from my way. What is all that racket? What is this pose? My luggage, my cargo. They're mine, and I demand you return them to me. We're still investigating. Did we check inside his pots? We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. I suppose there's no choice. Finally, I think he gave. Hey, what are you doing? You have left me no choice but to use strong force. Ah! You won't get past me. There's simply no way. Taking a screenshot. Wait, that's it. So that's what this whole thing has been about. He was thrown. Further, there is a matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. Is there some way for me to prove that the turbulence caused him to fall? Guy's still falling. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. Oh my god. The doc said it's one gigantic bruise from a beating from the shoulder down to his mid-back. Smuggling. Agent Hicks was on the trail of an international smuggling ring. Nobody can find anything that can be consistent with the real weapon. Is there some other way? Is there some other way for me to prove that it isn't the real weapon? So he died from fall damage. We get that. But how do we express that? Weapon couldn't be found. Damn. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. The unusually large area of bruising suggests that a very large weapon was used. Nothing. Weapon couldn't be found. Usually, a large weapon. Large area bruises suggests that there was a large weapon used. Okay. I guess. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far we haven't found anything that that's reasonable that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. The pot. Because normally it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Francisca. What? What do you want? I found it, Francisca. I found the real murder weapon. You did? He really jumped. We didn't realize it until just now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt. We should go check on him, sirs. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence. You two aren't listening at all, are you? Come on then. Show me this real murder weapon you speak of. Well, we don't have anything to show. I don't have any evidence to show you. A foolish reasoning for a foolish fool. Oh, a foolish fool. Fooly fool meant to fool me. What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I shouldn't phrase it as that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I've figured out what the real cause of death is. Free fall and... The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free fall to the ground. He fell to his death? Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for those injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murder happened inside this plane. I know. This plane is huge. Are you claiming that there's some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from? As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean... The victim fell from the top of the stairs on this very cargo hold. What? Then we're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey you, tell me you're undead, pal. Quiet! Why are you screaming? He's alive! And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railings to his death. That man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? He would have been a Borginian pancake for sure, sir. I'm sure that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there. So there's no point in entertaining your wild, hypothetical scenarios. It may be there now, but there's no proof that it was always there. As if there could have been a window of time where that giant box was not there. Ah, but there was. What? What can I show? What can I use to show that it's possible the box was not always there? They did refueling. And cargo moving.
Take that!
You refueled in the Republic of Zengfa? Yes, this flight has a short layaway in Zengfa in order to refuel. That wasn't the only reason for the layaway. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. Ah, it's labeled Zhengfa Express. Correct. Meaning it was loaded on the plane in Zhengfa. Cargo from Zhengfa. Alright. Now what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time? I don't think I actually ate dinner. I think my stomach is growling a little bit. But oh well. Who needs dinner when you can have sleep? It would mean that the box was not there in the cargo hold during the Europe to Zhengfa leg of the flight. What kind of flight is this? We went from Europe to an Asian country to America. So we basically went around the world. Anyways, making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death, entirely possible. But your theory is still very far-fetched. It allowed me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. It's a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Aleph Red statue. Never heard of it. Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Let's get investigating, sir. Look here. Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission. Don't rush upon me like that, pal. So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find from him. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. Of course it is mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. It's worth 1 million cents. No, maybe much, much more. 1 million cents. Miss LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. 10 million cents? Since you stopped trying to calculate how much packets of ramen that makes. Detective, darn. How'd you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. Though I grow with each revolution. Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars? Does it make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there's a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you'd allow us to examine it a bit closer. It's a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching. Why do you show me something of no value? I literally showed you the thing you care about. What a waste. How horrible to see a priceless piece of cloth soiled. I assure you it wasn't me. I believe it to be the work of the killer. I will teach that killer a lesson. You can be sure of that. It will be the LeBlanc Revolution. I think he meant the LeBlanc Retribution. But either way, it sounds intimidating. Oh. Is this the statue? It's possible, right? Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing. We've already heard this. May I have a word with you, Francisca? I don't think you have the time for idle chatter. You still need to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact reality. I mean, his theme is playing, so I guess we have to. Good job, officer. Mr. LeBlanc is certainly not an easy person to hold back. No thanks necessary, sir. It's all part of the job. Even if he did eventually get by. Well, I have a few things to ask him anyway. So it worked out in your favor this time. Thank you so very much, sir. Next time I'll be sure to not let anyone through. Even if it takes my life in the process, sir. I appreciate the sentiment, however, we can't have people getting hurt on the job either. Leftover suitcases sit here, lined up in two pretty neat rows. Too bad that the design is unmarketable. I'd buy one if it was cheaper, sir. Do you think they'd sell it to me at a discount? Oh. Or why don't they sell them in the airport and have a bargain basement sale? Buy one, get one free. You win the raffle, you can get one more for free. How about those ideas, sir? I think if they do that, everyone would lose. I can't believe it's from Interpol. The adventure, the glamour. The miraculous big escape when you get caught by the enemy. Except in this case, there was no big escape. And no miracle. Alright, let's talk some more. Man, I can't believe Mr. Hicks fell to his death. I never would have guessed in a million years. That is still only a hypothesis. However, the investigation should prove it to be true. Speaking of falling, I'm glad the Ark guy's okay. He took quite the spill. Yeah, he was lucky to have landed on top of that piece of cargo. Yeah, I can see it now. Passenger pays price for police foul-up. Did Prosecutor Edgeworth add fuel to the fire on the first murder with a second death? Yep, I'm willing to bet it'd make the front page. That's not funny, detective. What exactly is an extremely valuable piece of art, sir? Is it like the stuff you see at country fairs? Somehow I get the impression that it's worth a lot more than you can comprehend. So, This thing is worth more than I can imagine, huh? Ooh. Kinda makes me want to try collecting expensive art. Collecting expensive art? Interesting. It seems there are people out there besides Mr. LeBlanc who know the true value of art. Huh? Are you talking about me, sir? Of course not. Where'd you get an idea like that? Valuable piece of art. Mr. LeBlanc claims to have bought a piece of art from Europe, but Agent Hicks was on the trail of an international smuggling ring. Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring. It's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Shangfei. I think I need to question about it further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake. What? How do you say my art is fake? I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? It says as plain as day. The cargo was put onto the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certificate. No, that's... which means that there never was a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself. Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see I'm right. This. I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Aleph Red. The eyes aren't even red. It gives off such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it. This statue has a high amount of historical value. After it was unveiled at the museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it. Aleph Red statue. Claims that it's worth 10 million cents. I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Aleph Red statue. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something? There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. The eyeballs. Are these eyes made of some kind of gem? It's a real nice shade of orange. For a second I couldn't even tell they were jewels. Oh, but they kind of remind me of the eyes in this stray cat that lives near my house. Is eyes supposed to be this color? Is it possible the statue's a fake? Is this spot somehow connected to all of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
Eureka! These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do. but it's really like the color of a sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms until I felt ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Huh? Ah, sir, they're red. As I thought, this statue's a fake. Mr. LeBlanc. What do you want? Do you not know I am busy, man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer. The outfit red. The Owl of Red. I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not? It's the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. It sounds like it's going to be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but... What is it? Sympathy? For what? You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes. That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eye... I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us, and the one in this photo. Why the sudden yelling? Now then. Oh. Here's a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Ah. Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. Ah, fake! I believe that even further examination will be required. So, on the cargo thing, it got shifted. So he got scammed. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake, there must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Sangfa. Now I'll present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. What's this? The statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. It kind of resembles its owner attitude in a sense. Ho ho. You, what did you say now? Further, my clothes hems not being stepped on by anyone. It is too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate. Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it. What have we here? It says, Zhengfa Express in the cloth, sir. Something is tugging on the corner of my mind, as though something is out of place here. I was loaded on board during the refuel between 4 and 5. Okay, there we go. We're gonna have to actually deduce. But I was on the money the first shot, the first object we inspected. There's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of a cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. Ah, that's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Zingfa, there's no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zingfa. But then what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in favor. What about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason: to secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. He could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. That might be true, however, you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo holds. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the switch had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner. He would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there's someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Alfred's certificate documents in Borginian. Said statue was loaded on board in Europe, but statue is a fake. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh? Yes, while his photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo holds. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded up aboard. A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zhengfei cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. Which only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe to Zhengfei leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Wait, what? Isn't it the Zhengfei? No, that's not. They're trying to say that it wasn't there in the first part of the trip, but it was there the second part. This fake one. Officer, move this statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath it now. Miss Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the Alfred statue out of the way, we tested the area under, and there was a reaction. I see, there's reaction to luminol, an indication that there was blood on that spot. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deduction were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the killer did that? The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zengfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Zengfa. There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that's true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Zengfa, then this person becomes highly suspicious. Recall Miss Melee's testimony about Agent Hicks in regards to when we departed Zengfa. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 AM, you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Melee herself. Her name is not Melee, it's Meal. The E at the end is tripping me up. My brain. Confrontation. It's almost 4 AM. But I want to finish this story. If that's even possible. Miss Meal. Miss Meal. Huh? Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Zengfa? Huh? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at the time. However, that's simply not possible, because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we even touched down Zengfa. Oh? Miss Cammy Meal. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did? No one can make a mistake so large, Miss Meal. Did I make that kind of boo-boo all the time? But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. Ugh. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well, Miss Meal. If you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we landed at 3 and 6 AM when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. And from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up. Huh? She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, wake up. I'm awake. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant. Why ask me to wake her up when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use? True. From 3 to 4, I was in the attendance room all by my lonesome self.
Hold it!
If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class in the lounge between the hours 3 to 4 a.m. Yeah, but that kind of stuff is run by Miss Rhoda. Now, what were you doing in the attendant room at that time? Eating and then having a most delicious dream. You mean you were neglecting your duties? No way. Sleeping's part of our job too, you know.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up! I'm awake, I'm awake. Why did you whip me for, sir? Oh, what did I miss? A poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead. Really? Heh, sorry about that. You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony.
Hold it!
So you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else ever popped their head in to say hi. Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Raise an objection. Miss Meal, there's a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. Yeah, Rhoda should have gone to, in the room, right? What are you talking about? It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room in the whole of 5 to 6.
Take that!
I wonder if you could be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal. Receipt? For what? It's for the suitcase Miss Tenero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m., Miss Tenero. Yes? Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have locked her up by now. I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss De Niro, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in an in-flight shop. Correct? Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase, after which I went straight to the attendant room to drop it off. And did you see Miss Meal there at that time? No. So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6? Miss K. Meal. Huh? The bathroom? I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. Probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know. Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true. But it's the truth. Cross my heart. I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her on that stage. You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a chance to hear me out? Again. Reasons for suspicion. Look, I know you suspect me because I'm one of the crew. But you'd think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. She's the one in charge of the elevator key and the shop, you know? You ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Please leave Miss Tenero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now. I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda. Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I? Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of I have absolutely no interest in a person who can't appreciate my sense of design. Now's not the time for that sort of talk.
Hold it!
Now, it's not the only reason for suspecting you. Your statement regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies. Ah, but say I wasn't an attendant. You wouldn't suspect me then, would you? Yes, I suppose that's true enough. But you think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too.
Hold it!
She's already being detained for further questioning, or have you already forgotten? Oh. Yeah, I guess I just forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it. Can't believe you'd think that. I mean, me? A killer? Miss Meal, what did you mean just now by no one else could have done it? She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard and the shop, you know.
Hold it!
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal? I take care of the attendance room. That doesn't count. But I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages. And so she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Borginian. She's the only one in this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yes, I'm really good at Borginian. She's fluent in Borginian. I suppose you're in charge of processing documents, Borginian. Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borginian. Very interesting. So she forwards the letter, which we already suspected.
Hold it!
Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes. Huh? But why? While Miss Tenero is busy with the passengers and all her other duties, you have a lot of free time in your hands, thus providing you with ample time to commit the crime.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, I demand you cease and desist in this line of conjecture questioning. I won't allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer. A certain defense lawyer, huh? I do not honestly believe Miss Meal does any actual work aboard this flight. Oh, that's not true, Mr. Edgeworth. Although, well... all I'm in charge of are the attendance room and some Borginian stuff.
Hold it!
So exactly do you do as one in charge of some Borginian stuff? I do stuff like translate things from and into Borginian. Cammy is the only one Yeah, Jimmy understands. I take it then that your job is to process all of the Burgundian paperwork. Yeah, see, I totally pull my weight around here. So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask your... blah 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 blah. I'm just saying she's very sus. There you go. Pushing everything on her again. I don't get what you're saying. It must be a really abstract concept, huh? Alright. Take that. I mean, objection. So you're the only one on this flight that can speak Burgundian. Is that correct? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Burgundia for a while. If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? No reaction. This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Burgundian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the olive red could not have occurred. So intense. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you. Is she blowing bubbles? Is this censorship for smoking? Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. It's exactly as you say. Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document, but you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. Okay, never mind. There's no direct correlation after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper. Really? All you did was sign it? I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So, sorry about that. Seems like she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight. Suppose, and this is just a suspicion, supposition. Even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that. If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring, and just when he was about to close in, he was killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. Trying to shoot me with her bubbles? So perhaps this is some element of a setup at play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenero who is under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't. Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all the blame for the crime onto her. This evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tenere from the very beginning. The suitcase.
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? This poor stuffed animal. It's getting their eyelids pulled back almost. The only way all of these actions make sense is that the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be swapped with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Some of the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? That's because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. Where the murder took place, when the murder took place, who the murder victim was. What special circumstances dictated the need for the killer to frame someone? I mean, the fact that he was an agent, maybe. Or the fact that he died in the cargo hold, and very limited people can be blamed for that. Let's just try this one. Special circumstances is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. Oh, that too. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances of that body will be found is very high. Therefore, there is no chance but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tenero or myself, but you, Miss Kenny Neal. Only you and you alone could be the killer. Oh, and? Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. Yeah. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred. I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't fit into the big picture. Missing cell phone?
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. But that's because it went missing. It still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In the complex puzzle that is this case, there's one piece I keep getting stuck on. And that is the victim's cell phone, Francisca. You were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. Or at least that's what you told me. That's right. Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found at the crime scene. You mean the killer took the phone with them? Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer. Ha ha ha, come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well? We would know. And that old phone? Maybe not. We won't know that until we try a little experimentation, will we? Francisca, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Mr. Hicks' phone. It's ringing from somewhere, sir. In another one of the suitcases? I hear, Detective. Now, where is it coming from? Sounds like the phone is up in the flight attendant's room. We'd better hurry to the flight attendant's room, sir. The ringing coming from somewhere. It's coming from somewhere in here, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. The ring's coming from in here, sir. What? No, it can't be. This has got to be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this? It's Mr. Nero's. What? Why is that guy still here? So, Mr. Edgeworth, how'd it go? Where'd you find the phone? I found it in the flight attendant's room. In Miss Tenero's locker. What? But... Rhoda Tenero. I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma. Or Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away. Wait, I have a theory. This is unrelated to the incident. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the keycard, alright. In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the only bird we cannot ignore. What should I do? Francisca's right. Can't afford baseless conjecture at this point. Alright then. Why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? must have something very incriminating on it. Or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside this phone lies the piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. It's a camera phone. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with it. This must be a switch that opens the phone. When did they start putting keyboards in like these into cell phones? Hey, this is one of those computer cell phones that they started selling recently. Man, look at this fossil. Computer cell phones. You don't even have real keyboards on your phone anymore. It's just touchscreens. Yeah, it's got a computer in it, and it's a cell phone. Neat, huh, Miss Edgeworth? All you need in a phone is the phone part, nothing more. I'm guessing yours can't even send out email. Talk about inconvenient. Do you have a problem with what I do and do not care for, detective? No, sir. As I say, simple is best. It's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. This was like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take pictures just fine. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case? If so, I'd say things may be some very inconvenient. There may be some very inconvenient photos in there for our killer smuggler. But the phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. May I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Francisca? Looks like a killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still inside there, waiting to be accessed. All I need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Francisca, your phone, if you please. Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now. This is. Agent Hicks was certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case. Hey, the Isle of Red's nowhere in this picture. But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? Ouch, she's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks' killer, sir. Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo we can use? The fact that all of the suitcases are there in this photo is odd. Agent Hicks was still alive at the time. So what exactly is odd about suitcases that haven't been used yet being there? Yes, so I was only pointing out things that are different between now and then. Your off-topic rambling has put this attendant to sleep yet again, Miles Edgeworth. I'll give Sleepyhead here a rude awakening. A deafening objection and a contradiction. What's all this? Why are you pointing your gun finger at me? Is it possible this guy is also an agent? Is this why he's gun fingering? Oh, they're cargo shipped from Borginia to Zingfa. So the reason they aren't here now is they were dropped off in Zingfa. This will belong. Can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Fortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. It says cloth. Cloth, could it be? Is this for the killer? What? What for is that scary face? Miss Meal. Yes? It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is. Ha. Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture. The Borginian cargo and this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. Can we look inside of it? This is not... There's no point. Why? Handle with care. Some grape juice, bait sheets. Borginia to US. Is it this? I mean, this is cloth. And the text is in Borginian.
Take that!
And what is that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe with the blood they had spilt. Sure. There was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? Now I finally found my answer, in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zengfa had cloth written on it. Borginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean up. Oh! Only Cammy and Zinc would have known that it was cloth in there. Because they're the only people who know Borginian. My neurons. That's right, the killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. The only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Cammy Meal. Ha, that's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borginian. Sorry, but I can't agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. What? There's no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. If the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then. Logically, the killer would have opened this box first. Bed sheets.
Take that!
Here, it says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir. Precisely, and the bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? So what are you trying to say? That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Do you have any explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color. Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic. That's right. That's why the Borginian cloth is used. And the only Borginian reader on board who can make such a calculated decision is you, Cammy. You and you alone. The plushie's like, oh! I can't believe this. There's no way. I feel like she's gonna tear that thing apart in her KO animation. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we have to do is contact the Zhengfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see if you find out what we find out from our investigation in Zhengfa? Oh no! The bubbles are beating up her. He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. Started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. Ah! Well, looks like the bubbles took her out instead. Well, at least the plushie was preserved. Not torn apart like I initially thought. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, Detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her under the precinct now. Or down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more of her there. More out of her there. Man, I'm tired. Whenever we even approach the topic, she just starts foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. Looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Edgeworth. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation. But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as our flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. That's... I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want to. No. I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Oh, thank you. I'm sure it'll serve you well. And remember, we here at GoU Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind. And I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go. Can't believe we will end up investigating the whole day, sir. But boy, was it fun. Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Francisca? Oh, she's filling out some custom paperwork for departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Karma is always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. Francisca. I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chatter. I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscence. Just who do you think I am? You are Francisca Von Karma, a very proud prosecutor, deserving of much respect. Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing... parrot? Living her life on the name and fame her invincible father built. Pierrot. True, your father, Manfred Von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there's another agent on this case with me. Oh? Another agent? He's a star among Interpol agents and has the highest success arrest rate. Who knows, you may even run into him one day. I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly say why we'd cross paths. I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. Who is this agent? I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back in full. I like this version of Gumshoe's theme. And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for a whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. Ah, it was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. Ho-ho. I think I'm going to celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant ramen tonight. Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisco? Detective, I was wondering if you would give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you. Detective, safety first. Thus, I solved the case upon my arrival home. Franziska von Karma. The smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war. They would begin by making themselves known through the next incident, which was episode 1. Edgeworth speaking. Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are? Ah, have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Is this... Please don't tell me this is, Mr. Hernia. Mr. Amato, Ernest Amato, correct? I want to say it is him. I can't remember what his name is. Okay, never mind. I have no idea what this is. Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son. He's been kidnapped. The end. Turnabout Airlines. Some guy with a furry jacket. And then Gumshoe. Turnabout Reminiscence. So I guess a flashback case. And then Turnabout Ablaze. Which I don't really know about yet. Anyways. That'll be it for tonight. Next time I'll play some more Paper Mario. Whenever that is. Could be like 20 hours from now. Or Wednesday night. Thursday night I'll play some Pokemon. Yeah, we'll see. Anyways, good night.